Da, 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 da. Hi, everyone. One second. I actually have to go grab something real quick. Ooh. I think I saw it because I've been getting a lot of like shout outs in there, like from like Jungly and stuff, but I don't know. I get notifications when Jungly goes live, so it's weird. Twitch is weird. Auto shoutouts as soon as their channel goes live. Ooh, okay. Be right back. I gotta go grab something. Oh my god, why are they knocking down my paintings? These damn cats. Oh, you have your own channel and roll. You are hoisted. Ooh, hoisted. Okay, be right back. I forgot to grab something. I was gonna grab something and then I was like, just go live, and then proceeded to stay here. So. Right, so we're back. Wait. Hi. Hi, everyone. Okay. Probably wondering what I'm doing. I'm torturing these cats. So we went to the dollar store today. I got them some toys. Hey, this is my seat. Excuse me. Oh, you're fine. Hi, everyone. Okay, hold on. Let me fix my camera first. It always does auto whatever. I always gotta turn it off. Okay, hold on. Hello. Real talk day. Hi. um. All right. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was. These cats that I currently have in my home are on antibiotics, and they fight me all the time on taking their antibiotics. So I got them some treats. I thought you were number. I know. Well, okay. So I went upstairs. Then my mom was like, "Can you help me with this? Can you?" So she spilled her tea on the ground, and then one of the dogs peed on the ground. Well, the senior dog. And so she was mopping the floor, and then she was like, "Can you help me get?" So I'm like, "I only came up here to get one thing, and I already forgot what it was because I've just been." I was I was getting turned around by all the million and one things my mom wanted me to do. Okay. Hey. Come. Hey. So both of them have, well, one of them has a confirmed case of upper respiratory issues. So I took him to the vet. Almost $300, by the way. I'm like, just my luck, right? But he had like a really red eye, and I can't see an animal suffer. So I was like, okay, you know, maybe I won't eat ever again. But just joking. That's not true. um, but yeah, so they're both on antibiotics. But one of them, I swear, I fight with to like take their medication. So I got some wet food today. I'm gonna see if they eat it. So basically, I'm gonna put their antibiotics. I got some wet food for them, and I'm gonna see if they take it. Okay. Hey, you, and you. Come here. No, no. That's actually good boys. Oh, I think I was gonna. Oh no, you got water. I need to clean their water dishes. And again, I wasn't gonna spend a whole bunch of money on them. So look, I bought this little cat tree thing at the dollar store. It was like $5, of course, but you know. Did you eat it? If I have to shove that thing down your throat again, I'm gonna be so upset with you. Come on. Seriously though, if I, okay, that's it. That's it. Here, eat it. This is exactly what I didn't want to do, by the way. Oh, I think one of them's eating it. To be honest, this one's quite easy to shove medicine down his throat. The other one, not so much. He literally spits it out in his tongue. Did you eat it? Did you eat it? I think you ate it. And then I also got this at the dollar store. They seem to be enjoying it though. I'm just checking. You tell me you ate it. Oh, looks like you ate it. Okay. All right. Okay, get down. Get down. All right, look. You lick the bowl. All right. Okay. What do you mean, meow? Get down. That's my chair. Can I pet the dog? Seriously, though. I also got them some cat treats. So, one of them has eye drops that I have to put in his eye. And that's how it's all started that I knew he was sick, because I was like, his eye was like leaking and like was red and looked like it was bleeding. And so I took him to the vet and found out he had a runny eye because he had an upper respiratory infection. And then I was like, he's like, see how I can make them cough? And I was like, wait a minute. I have a hole in my shirt now. Damn it. So then the other cat, I was like, the other cat's also sneezing like that as well. And they were like, oh, if one of them has it, because none of them are vaccinated. They're not fixed, nothing. They haven't even had any shots. And they're like, yeah, the other one's probably sick too. So I have enough antibiotics for both of them. Anyways. Well, hi everyone. How's it going? I thought I'd play some DBD. I might switch to some Valorant later. I do have some friends who are willing to join me. So play some Valorant after. But I wanted to play a few rounds of DBD before we get started. Sorry it took me so long to start. I didn't mean to. But yeah. I do open lobbies, so if anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. Should I try the new killer? Do I even have the new killer? And new killer, I mean Trickster, right? Trickster's the new killer. I don't think I have the skin for it, though. I did, however, also because I was at the dollar store, got myself a chocolate bar. Get a milk bar. Jesus, if I can ever open it. Also, one of my mother's biggest complaints was, actually my complaint too, was the kitty litter smelled so bad. And then I was telling my mom, you know, I think they just have really bad kitty litter. So we should just get new kitty litter. So we bought some kitty litter. And when I tell you, it is so different. It literally is unscented because the other one was scented. But it had like scent release or something. It wasn't the greatest, by the way. And this one's unscented, but it has baking powder in it. So it helps with the smells. And it really does. Okay. Would you stop? Get out of here. Get out of here. You have your toys. Go play with your toys. Here, I'm gonna have to change this because I don't think that helps. Your bum is in the way. Ow. What was the question? Are you keeping these kitties or just watching them? I'm not keeping these cats. They're not mine. My niece is supposed to take them when she finally gets her own place, but I don't know when that's going to be. She did go look at a place the other day, but it was like an apartment. She said it was a townhouse, but then she was like, actually, it's not. It's a 3-floor apartment building. I'm like, okay. I'm like, just don't get something on the top floor because of your kids, because, you know, she has 2 small children. And of course, the only place, it's a 3-bedroom apartment, and the only place they have is the 3rd floor. And I'm like, I would not trust your kids on a 3rd floor, especially her oldest, who has has autism, like pretty, like he's nonverbal at this point. He's gonna be 3 or 4, and he needs more special care. So he's actually going to be going to school in the coming September or whatever. He's very smart, but I could see him like opening up the balcony and falling over. Like, I kid you not. Either that or opening it up and then the baby gets out, because she just turned 1 not too long ago. You know, so I was like, I wouldn't with your kids. Your kids are too smart for their own good. They're smart enough to get out of places, but not smart enough to realize, hey, I shouldn't crawl over this balcony, you know? Kind of thing. Yeah, so we told her I wouldn't do it. So I believe she's not doing it. But if that was the case, then her kitties would have gone with her. Like I said, my mother was not happy when I took them to the vet, because when I was like, we're not supposed to, we're not spending money on these damn cats. But like I said, his one, not his eye, the other one, his one eye was like all red and it was like leaking. And then when I like wiped it with the tissue, it was like red, like it was bleeding. And I was like, oh my God. So I was like, I'm not going to let an animal suffer. Right? Right? And he had a fever when he was there too. So yeah, he definitely felt hot then, but they feel a lot better now. They don't feel as warm, but they've been on antibiotics for what, like 3 days now? They're on antibiotics twice a day for 7 days. And then I have eye drops for the one. I have been cutting their nails. I've gotten 2 front paws of these ones. And I'm working on the back ones, but you know, we're trying. We're trying. Yeah. Yeah. They are pretty even-tempered, though. Like, we've given them baths because they smelled when they got here. It's probably the kitty litter. They're both not fixed. I want to get them fixed. I'm trying to see if I can get, like, because they are Kiara's cats. So when there's programs you can do when you're low income to like that they're like cheaper. So I'm trying to see if I can get into one of those places. They are only 8 months. Technically, actually, this one that I'm holding right now is Kara's cat. The one that's sick is the one that we were actually trying to find a home for. So if you know anyone, if you live in the Edmonton area and you know anyone who maybe wants a cat, hit me up. His name is Lentil. He's not as clingy as this one. But he basically needs all his shots and also needs to be neutered. And I'm still allergic to hell. Because, oh my god, I'm taking my allergy medications every day. And there's hair everywhere. I brush them multiple times a day because I'm like, I just need to get this hat. I think Lentil loves you and you should keep him. You know what's funny? When his eye was first red, I was like, what is wrong with your eye? And I started wiping it. And at first it was just a little red. And after that, like, I think when it gets like, because I think it bothers him. So occasionally, like, he wasn't as cuddly as this cat, but he does come up to me too now. He jumps up on the table usually and wants to cuddle as well occasionally. And he would like come up to me like, my eye hurts, make it better. And then I would clean up the goobers and then he'd go away. So I think he definitely knows that that I make his eye feel better. Because he does come up to me. Yep. Yep. This is P. This one is P. You could tell them because I think their mom was a rag doll. And so he has like a little bit longer hair, but I think he must be mixed with something because he has longer hair and Lentil has short hair. But this one always wants to be cuddled. He wants to be held in your arms. And Lee Spunky told me a long time ago, do not hold that cat or you'll be holding that cat all the time. I did not want to hold this cat. This cat keeps jumping in my arms, wanting to be held. But this one is Kara's cat. This is P. Like split pea soup. Right? 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 Where's Lentil? Lentil! Lentil, where'd you go? Alright. I'm gonna play some DBD. Should I play Killer? Should I try the Trickster? Oh wait, was there something you had to do for the Trickster? Complete 5 trials as the Trickster. Should we do it? Should we try to do it? Doesn't matter what map, right? Oh. I was just gonna say. What is the one you need? Oh my god, you want me to spend how much for this? I'm good. Not the legendary skin. What was I wearing before? This one, right? I mean, I like this one. Wait, did I own that one? Hold on. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's try this one. All right. I gotta turn on my controller. The other day, I was playing comp in Valorant, and the one cat, I swear to goodness, like, jumped up on the desk, was like trying to hold my hand the whole time. And I'm like, get away. So I went like this to move him. And when they say cats are supposed to land on their feet, he did not land on his feet. In fact, he landed on his side, and I felt so bad. I like stopped and I picked him up, and I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to push you that hard. I was just trying to get you off my desk. Okay. All right. Does anyone want to start any predictions for how well I'm going to do or not to? Seriously, someone like literally just must have put a paw through my shirt. Jesus, can you like sit down? Not on my keyboard, thank you. Thank you. Nope, not on my mouse either, thanks. Jesus, what is your problem? Hmm? Why didn't you go get a treat or something? Okay, Starstruck, no quarter, ultimate weapon, plaything. Okay. I don't know if I need plaything. Let's do nowhere to hide. Ow! Did you just bite my face? Did you just bite my face? Yeah. No. Go. Get down. Oh, he tried to bite my chin. He's trying to nibble on my chin. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do Dying Light. I'm not gonna lie. He might have learned that from me. I always just want to bite his little face. Ah.
이 모든 것은 나를 위한가?
Yo. I don't know. Do we have a flashlight? Yo, I'm gonna end up coughing up hairball. Lentil. Lentil. What you doing? Let me see if I can get Lentil to come over. Lentil. Hi. What you doing? What you doing? Come. See, this one's Lentil. Hi. See, I don't know if you can see his face, but you see his eye? The one that has the white on it? That was the one that was all red. That was the one that was all red, right? 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 Hmm? Your belly all nice and full? Your belly all nice and full? Hmm? Okay. Okay. Can you all hear the game? Right? Okay.
음악을 만들어 보자.
Let's make some music. Hmm.
내 눈앞에서 꺼져.
I found them. Wait, how can we get up? Oh, shit. All right. Okay.
아,
How am I this close?
어.
Hmm. I already have Mina. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, where the... Ah. Oh, here it is. I swear, all these hooks are like a million feet away. Oh, shit. Seriously, how do I get upstairs? Can I get up? Where are the stairs? Jeez. Oh, here's some stairs. Wait. Wait. Okay. Sometimes we'll spawn there. Or not. Did you know if they use Mina on Trickster map, the poster will change into Mina instead of Trickster? I did know that. I knew that because Jungly actually told me that. Jungly Rush told me that. I was looking at it. She costs quite a lot of money. I'm not gonna lie. She costs a lot of money. I shall wait. I'm not a big Trickster player, so. That's probably why I got put against like baby like, you know, players. Because I'm like, I'm not a big Trickster player. I think this is probably like the second time I played this character. Like, I'm not a big. I've never had.
내가 바로 명작이다.
Because they were doing a lot of funny things. It was weird. I haven't even been on the new map yet. I was kind of waiting for it to like happen randomly in the thing, but I guess I could go to that one thing that shows you how to like it takes you to the map. It's just so big, you know? I need to be the Trickster 5 times. We shall see.
스포트라이트를 나에게 비춰.
I got some cotton candy, by the way. Should I be eating it? No. Am I still eating it? Yes. Okay. Dying Light. Do we think this was a good idea? I'm not gonna lie. I think that food gave one of these cats gas. And or the shits, because Jesus. Somebody is over here farting all the hell. And the cat scratcher is fighting back, apparently. Ooh. Okay. Seriously though, I should have given them that soft food. One of them is not taking it too well. Devious. Devious. Are these the ricochet ones? Hey, Spunky, I don't know what you're talking about. Also, y'all, like Spunky's gonna stream one day. We don't know what's gonna happen, but it will happen eventually, I promise you. And when that magical moment happens, you should be following Lee Spunky. Oh. I guess if I don't ready up, I'm not gonna be looking for a match.
날 사랑하라.
Seriously though, look how much this bundle costs. I need this for the battle pass.
곧 알게 될 거야.
But how are you today? Well, it's just not always that bad. Look at all these cosmetics. At least give me the option to buy them with iridescent shards. They were like, no, we want money. Well. But I'm gonna switch to Survivor eventually if anyone wants to play. We'll see. We'll see how long I can do Killer for. How's everyone's Wednesday going? Mm-hmm. I had therapy today and had to go buy myself some sweets to help recover from mentally the weight of it all. Oh, see, that's why. So my meeting is on, my appointment's on Friday. Anytime, I'm like, I try not to do anything after, although sometimes I just not possible. But it's fun. But it's good. I'm eating cotton candy because, you know, I shouldn't be in. But I bought it anyways. I can tell you, with every bite, it's so good. But my tummy is definitely reacting to it in a way. I bought a 4-pack of mini chocolate bundt cake. Oh, I know, the sugar crash. My goodness. Oh, I reapplied for the DVD program. I just wanted to see if I had to do anything for it. And, I didn't really have to do too much. There was a button that said reapply, and I was like, sure. And then I did, and then it was like, your application has been sent. And I'm like, you didn't want me to write anything? I'm like, I guess I should, stream a little more DVD. I mean, I do stream it once a week, so it's not like I don't stream it at all. Wait, hold on. Nope. Let's quit and open this game again, because Jesus, why is it taking so long? Yeah, I haven't even tried the new map yet. Ever since the, like, PTB. Oh my god. I should be trying to adapt this character. No network connection? What? What is happening? Is DBD down? What is down? DBD or Steam? Anyone know? It's Wednesday, not Thursday, Tuesday. Your Steam is fine? Okay. Oh no! No. I was just too busy here munching and now I ate all my... I ate all my cotton candy. Okay. Alrighty. Oh. Is it DBD specifically? Or is it me? Okay, hold on. Wrap me in. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm trying to remember where I installed Mix It Up. I'm pretty sure it's here. Okay, let's see. Does this... Okay. Okay. Seriously, is anyone else? Is anyone else? Is anyone else in DBD? Or is it just me? It's sinking, it's sinking. What are you thinking about? It's all of us? Oh no! Why? Firebread Queen, what did you do? Why are you taking down DBD for? I didn't do it. I see other. I would never. It's because we're brown, right? Jeez, DBD, what is wrong with you? Why? I just want to play a game. Okay, let me... While it's deciding whether or not to work, let's see if I can get this to work. What is this? Okay, let's see if this works. Hold on. What is happening here on this day? Okay, hold on. Let me so when we were in the tournament, they had this thing there, and I'm trying to see if I can get it to work. I got like hair in my teeth. Like cat hair. Okay. Let me force a check for a second. Okay, in the editor, click the file readout line and place it with the path where you saved your text file. Okay, what? Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's try this. DBD is down. There are 3K reports. No! What are we gonna play? Oh, shit. Hold on. Hold on. Sure. Okay. Well, while we're trying it, let's try it. All right, let's close this and we're going to open it back up. Okay, that should be it, right? Do, 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 do. New WebSocket connection. It says 4 friends are playing right now. Should we try it? Okay, we gave it some time. Okay. Like, am I just spelling it wrong, maybe? I mean, should we just chat while we're waiting? I'm trying to get this perk thing working. Okay, that will output perk definitions in chat. See example.
Come inside and have a nice cup of tea.
Oh, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm trying to get this perk thing working. Okay. Perk definition. See example image. Found this while exploring options for the tournament. Wanted to share with everyone. Down the attachment, a text file. Unzip the text file. Welcome to the... Welcome to the community. Much appreciated. DVD perks. Ooh, okay. Y'all, what are we gonna do if we can't get this to work? Yeah, Dead by Daylight did. There was supposed to perk during the tournament that I'm trying to pick. So while we're waiting for DBD to sort itself out, apparently there's like major downage right now. There we go. Yes, Aretha is the one who broke all the DBD. Harken herald the mighty powers. No, I did not. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I got it to work. Yours is working? I mean, maybe I should, like... I don't know. Like, do I need to, like... verify files or something? But look! Look, I got this working. This is called the DBD perk command. If you do command perk and then space and then the name of the perk, it will give you the definition of what the perk does. Right? It is, it is, it is. Is that so cool? Okay, let's try it again. DBD. I promise I take back all the bad things I've said about you. I mean, at least it wasn't me. Also, I am doing open lobbies if anyone wants to join. I was playing Killer, but maybe we'll just switch to Survivor then. I'm gonna switch to Valorant later, but like later. Da, 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 da. Yo, I shouldn't have ate a whole tub of cotton candy. I'm ready for a nap. The sugar crash is crashing. Yay! I know. Okay, let's do Trickster one more time. And I totally forgot I should be trying to adept this killer. I don't know why. Wait, I have this killer adept. Never mind. That's why. Because it's not a new killer. It's just a new skin. I am crazy. Okay. Let's play one more time. I was going to do the 5, but I don't think I did it. I only did 1. I was just saying that. Like, I was just saying that was so expensive. Seriously. I'm like, okay, I know most of them are pretty expensive, but not for a legendary skin. To me, it was like even worse. God, there's freaking hair everywhere. Anyone want a cat? Or 2? I just gave them some antibiotics. They actually are both sleeping on the couch. There's no reason for it to be almost... Right? It's not licensed. That's the thing. Absolutely not. But Tasha, like, you know, you already have 2. Why not add a 3rd? And then, you know, you can't have an uneven number, so you gotta take the 4th.
예감이란.
Bafflich. It's very sound logic. Also, since y'all finally got back and everyone's here, don't forget, if you aren't already, please go follow Lee Spunky, because, you know, he may stream one day, and, you know, you'll be thankful he did. Ooh. To be honest, I think the trivia has a better chance of getting more points. Do trivia. Command trivia. Okay, we got one flashlight. And they're 11 in their scuba gear, so I don't know if that's good or bad. Okay. Okay, what's the question? Which one of the following countries has a flag featuring a yellow lion wielding a sword on a dark red background? Ooh. Sri Lanka? I'm just gonna be different. Seriously, I might need to go get I might need to go get my sweater. I am freaking freezing. I've literally got goosebumps. I am so cold.
피와 노래를 위해.
It was actually warm today. It was like +8. Damn it. Ah. What the hell?
파티는 끝났어.
Wait, hold on. I think that's the problem. We get like really warm and then it gets really cold and then it melts and then it freezes and then we get freezing rain. It is redonkulous. Ah.
It's my birthday! It's my
Ah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it'll probably stay on until... What? What? Well, do it. Do it then. That was wrong. You don't know the code to get in here? You can Google this, you know. I think it's left up, left up, left up, left down. I think. I'm pretty sure. Ah, there you go. Ooh. Nope. Thanks. I never said any healing. Get out of here. You can go in the basement. Why is it making noises? Ow. Hmm. Ow. Oh, shit.
이게 끝이야.
Wait, when did I switch it to no way out? Wait, hold on, hold on.
끝났어.
Jesus. Yeah, I think I changed mine to green. You thought? You thought, lol? Oh, they finished the gen. One gen left. You got this. I mean, no, don't do that. Oh my god. Is that a pebble? Oh. Oh, hey, friend. I'm like, I thought I had Starstruck on. Did I not? Hey, oh. Ow! I need more knives. That player thought they were slick. I mean, they were trying something, I guess. I don't know what they're doing. Like, are they trying to like, are they being funny? Oh shit. Where'd she go?
더 이상 도망은 안 돼.
I've had enough of you and your shenanigans. Hi, damsel. Ooh, wait a minute. I saw you over there. Oh, shit. I was like, wait, where did you go?
더 크게. 내 눈앞에서 꺼져.
They must all have calm spirit. Well, I've only had 2 because then I got stuck in the thing for a while. I still need to play 4 more Trickster games. I got my adept yesterday, though. Well, this character's always been adept. I have basically every killer adept already. That's what kind of confused me. But I need to play. Yeah, I need to play this killer 3 more times. Well, I was playing earlier, but the game crashed. If they shenan once, they'll shenan again, right? There's a lot of shenanigans going on today, you know? Yeah. Why did I have Blood Warden? I'm still trying to catch up since I've only been playing a year. Oh. I mean, you did well, though. Oh, they're all console, too. Okay. I think I'm going to switch to Survivor if anyone wants to play. Let's play some Survivor games. I'll play for like 2 more hours-ish. Or an hour and a half. It's funny. Every single time I go here, so this says, okay. this is like stuck on here, by the way. This message will be automatically deleted in 58 days. It's been more than 58 days. I got this message on May 16th, 2025. This was the last Twitch. Oh my god, I can't talk today. This was the last Twitch shirt that I got. Okay. Let me know if anyone would like to play.
Nobody better get in my way.
You know what the funny part is? I actually had some points. I bought her eerie skin. I got the eerie skins for the Stranger Things. Would anyone like to join me? You are more than welcome. Let's see. Oh, by the way, yesterday I was playing with Jungly and I kept getting Hex Diet Coke kept trying to join me. I did see it. I was not in my lobby. Ooh. Damula would like to join my party. You are more than welcome. Yeah. Now I'm all burpy because I... Okay. Ooh, I like that outfit. Wait. That's a Yoonjin? That's a Yoonjin? Damula has good survivor stylings. Steve Harrington's wearing a Christmas sweater. And Sable is wearing a Hellfire Club shirt. Interesting. Seriously though, I should have not. Okay, okay. I said this last time. I was like, I should have grabbed a sweater because I was cold. I'm still cold, and I should have still grabbed a sweater. Okay, I have conviction, change of plans, life, and a toolbox. I walked off to grab a charger for my phone, but thank you. It's a Christmas skirt and axe kick skirt with red hair from previous rift. Ooh. Okay.
I'm gonna need all the help I can get.
I've got my my charms. I got my ace flag. I got my Dwight photo and my Twitch charm. Oh. If it glows, it goes. I want to do not me blowing up all the gens. Okay. I don't know where they went. Okay. And where are you gonna? Oh shit. Okay, I'm taking him away from Hook. Ah, no! God damn it. He got me, gal. He got me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ooh, left. He got me. He got me. Oh, he's coming back to Hook. He's coming back to Hook. I'm just saying, by the killer shack. I'm still on Hook, friends. I'm gonna go in a second. Everything's closing in and around me. It's so cold. Thank you.
worse. Appreciate it.
Okay. And conviction is activated. Let's go. Let's go. They're gonna come back. They're gonna come back. Ah! No, 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 no. Ah! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. Nope, 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 nope. Get away. Get away. I want to know who did I want to know who did the screaming for this person, because that does not sound like it's protecting their vocal cords whatsoever. That's what's like. I just don't think healing on top of a hill is the move, you know? But I could be wrong. They don't seem to give up chase quite often, you know? I say that and they give up chase. What is that? Was that always like that? I don't remember that being like that. Well, looks like everyone but Damula is on Death Hook. Oh, they're plot twisting. Oh, Damila's down. Do we think they have barbecue and chili? Wow, that is so loud. It is... I don't know why I got farmed right in front of goal. I mean, I almost went into second when... I was like, this person was literally in front of me on a gen, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Yeah? I also think, actually. But I don't know if they need to, because I'm here setting off all the crows. Oh, no. Ow! Ah! She pointed at you when the gen got done? Bring me to the hatch. Please and thank you. Oh! Okay, don't be mean about it. Don't be mean. Yay! Ah. Yay! Ah. Oh my god, so they had nurses, Forever Entwined, Hex Ruin, and Thrilling Tremors. So it was Ruin. Ruin is what I found, like, basically right off the bat. Interesting. I have 2 open spots if anyone wants to join.
Nobody better get in my way.
I don't like anything that's like unread. Can I get rid of this? Hey. Hi, Dog Daytona. How are you? All right, we do have 2 open spots. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. I am gonna go get a sweater though. Like I said earlier today, I'm good. A little sick. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a sweater. I am freezing. I am so cold, y'all. Okay, and I gotta bring this up anyways because I was doing work, but also crying, laughing at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and get a sweater because I'm freezing. I'm like cold. I've got like goosebumps. And I'm gonna take this upstairs because I'm gonna try to go in the office tomorrow. Okay. Here. The cats are also sleeping on the couch. So if you could watch them for me for a second, that'd be great. What? Just not here. That was it. Okay. And back, and back, and back. Okay. I also got some halls. We do have 2 open spots. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. I just finished complaining about how I ate too much cotton candy. And now I got some wafer cookies. Ow! What's your problem? What's your problem? This is lentil. He's usually not the cuddly one, but he's literally turned into a cuddly one. Are we gonna win? Are we gonna win, boys? Oh god. Crumbs everywhere. Crumbs are everywhere. Ow. Oh wow. I don't know whose stomach is growling more, mine or yours. You feel better?
Let's go.
Don't sit on my keyboard. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. What's the trickster? Yuck. This is how you play DBD. We have to go get the gens first. Someone's in the basement doing witchcraft. See, I don't play DBD. Yeah, they're both just here watching me play DBD. No? What is that? I haven't even heard about that. What is that? no, 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 no. Ah! It's a guy who made the song Because I Got High a few years ago. His house was raided. He made a song about the cops who raided his house. They sued him for defamation. Oh, no. I mean, okay. Oh, he won. Of course he won. Like the onus, if you charge anyone, the onus is on the person who brought the charges to determine whether or not they can bring enough evidence to determine if that person is guilty or not. He used the footage from the raid. I'm like, okay.
Appreciate it.
Listen, if you don't want to be called a shitty person, don't be a shitty person. Oh, it went way further than that. Like, not him, I mean the cops. Because they always do things where they're like... Because it is true. They're supposed to be doing things like keeping people safe, but the problem is that I think they let their own biases get in the way, and they constantly... You know? Oh my god. Get out of there! Get out of there! Get out of there! Ah, you little shit. Cat found the bag with the treats. Wow, that was weird. Ah, get there. Okay, I'm gonna have to put this bag in this box. Hold on. You're trying it today, aren't you? Hold on. Wow. Look at that. Can't get into it now, can you? It was the pound cake one. Right? Okay. No, Ed, right? Yeah, he used the footage from the raid for the music video. It went super viral. I mean, I could assume so. Oh, Damula, you're on the hook. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming, Damula. I'm coming. Damn it, I didn't heal anyone. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And I didn't heal anyone, so, my conviction is useless. Best part was the song he said he had relations with one of the cop's wives. In a song, the cop got questioned on the stand and asked if he thinks the artist thought the guy's wife had her... Oh, shit. Ah.
Much appreciated.
Oh, they're dead. That's their death hook. Yeah. Oh shit! I was gonna heal you! Hi! Best part, okay, asked if he thinks the artist, the guy's wife had relations like that. The guy said, I don't know. Oh my god. That is so funny. But because it is a defamation suit, you can say, I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know that guy. Wait, they only had one perk? Huh. Oh, that's interesting.
Anybody out there?
Anyone would like to join? We do have open spots. I took my hair out of my ponytail. Ugh. Sometimes when I have my hair in a ponytail for too long, it hurts my head. So I'm like, you know what? Take my hair out of the ponytail. My sweater. Apparently, I was talking too much because the cats have decided to leave me. They've decided to leave me. Does anyone want to join? Ooh. What do I got? I can bring. I got a Twitch shirt, but I can also be. Hold on. I got some Scream Pies. I know where they are now. Nope. Not you. There we go. I got Scream Pies. I think they're Scream Pies. I lied. Screech Cobbler. I'll match your Scream Pie for a Scream Pie. We have 2 open spots. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. You just gotta let me know. I mean, I like this hair. I like the pants. Like, I just don't think the pants fit, you know? I mean, there's that one. That one. Hmm? Okay, I got life, conviction, head on, and change of plans. We got this. I'm confident we will get out. Also, seriously though, my stomach... I shouldn't have ate that cotton candy. My stomach's not happy with me. Also, I put in the also I put in the perk that if you do command perk and then you put in the perk, it'll give you the description of the perk. Anyone got a pee? It's so relaxing. It's like we're, you know, in the rainforest, listening to the rain, hidden in the trees. It's a cloudy sky. Okay, let's go get our friend. I don't know what color I would make this, the survivors. Oh shit. No! Oh, Jesus. Oops. I'm on a hill. Okay, I still need to heal someone to activate my my conviction. Ow! Oh! Did you see that or just me? Did it seem like the Nia, like, teleported? Like, was that what you're talking about? Okay, it wasn't just me, because I was gonna say, I'm like, when she stopped healing me, it's almost like she stopped and then, like, teleported, like, half, right? Well, I can't really see. Because I'll miss my skill check. Do I know how to teleport? As a survivor? Nope. I don't think you can as a survivor. Okay. I see. The Dwight's ping is 140. The Nia's is only 60. Damsel's is 92. Latest DVD tech, right? No, there's no sarcasm allowed in this house. Damn it! Listen, I was even with you all. You all came to me. But I'm not in your house. I'm in my house watching your house. Okay. Let me heal you so I can at least activate my conviction. Right? I'm on my way, damsel. Let's leave. Let's go. No, get away from me. What? Ah. You are such a hoe. I was gonna say, at least I gotta be Mori. I like that Mori, actually. Oh, our killer's a TTV. Okay, let's spectate this Nia. Oh, they had sprint burst. Maybe that's it. Maybe it just looked funny because of the sprint burst, maybe? They've been live for over 8 hours? Lol, Nia keeping them on my side while injured. Mm-hmm. Slugging for the 4K. Wow. Oh my god, they left? They left? This is like the best Mori ever. That's not. That's a lie. It is not. It's definitely top 5, but not best. You cannot beat Naughty Bear. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Surge, Pain Resonance, Infectious Fright, and Turn Back the Clock. But I think you called all those ones, right? I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah. Let's see. I think my will. I think also has. Oh, tiramisu. Oh, you were the trickster. Hi. Yeah. My mod just I think went into your chat and said you were live for like 8 hours. Hi, Heart Joker. What's the countdown? Ooh. I turned my stream into a game. So I will stream for 3 hours, but based on if I get rated, if I get follows, subs, or bits, it adds to the time and I will stream longer. But by minimum, I will stream 3 hours. Also, if I get rated, that also adds time to the timer. You can also redeem one of your daily golden tickets by doing command more time, and you basically will exchange one of your daily golden tickets, and it will add time to the timer. Yeah, I was playing some Rivals earlier in the stream. Ah, okay. Yeah, it was just me and Damula. I don't know who the other two were. How much time for one person raid offline? I don't actually know. I mean, you probably have lots of golden tickets. Want to add to the time? Oh, yeah. Yeah, 1 golden ticket adds 10 minutes to the timer. But GG's, and hope you have a good good stream. Oh wait, do you know Heart Choker? Ooh, it is a small world. Wow. A 1-person raid adds 625 seconds. I don't know how many minutes that is. Wait. Because the way you add is you have to add seconds, and so I always have to figure it out. Oh, it must be. Okay, so it must be around like 10 minutes. What was it? 625? Well, there is, so the raid works is you get one for the raid, but you also get a bonus for how many people come over with the raid. I'm not gonna lie. I hope no one ever raids me with like 100 people, because Jesus. I'll be here forever. I think I did put a max, by the way. There is a max that it will not go over that amount. There is a timeout. Because I know someone's gonna make me be here forever. What was it? When you... 625 seconds. Hold on. How
For the remaining
many
hours.
minutes is...
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest.
Ooh. How many minutes is 625 seconds? Is 10.417 minutes. Interesting. Yeah, 10.5. Also, thank you for the follow. All right, have to go get some matches. See you, friend. Yeah, good luck on your matches. Thank you for coming by. Much appreciated. Okay. Wait, who's the killer? I don't even know what I have. Okay. Inner Strength. Unbreakable. And Blast Mine. Is it Chucky? Is it Chucky or Tiffany? It sounds like Tiffany. Wait, are we tunneling today? I guess we are tunneling today. Oh, never mind.
Toots.
Hmm. Thank you. Wait, did I not heal you a little bit? Like even just a little? I mean, we knew she was a tunneler. That was on us. That was on us. And I bought pie. Oh, it's not here. Here. The door by the killer shack is almost done. Or is 99. Damila, where are you? Okay. Go. I don't know why. It's funny because we knew that they were a tunneler and we knew they would come back to Hook. So really, when I got off the Hook, we shouldn't have stayed near the Hook. We had a tunneling Tiffany. I'm not gonna lie. It hurt my soul a little bit because Tiffany is the best. I was like immediately on Death Hook and I was like, okay. Friends at the end, Lethal Pursuer, Hex, no. Oh my god, they did have No Ed too. You're lucky, damsel, she didn't knock you down. Mm-hmm. Okay. It depends on how long these games take. I probably have like 1 or 2 more matches. Okay, who else should I be? Which character?
What is this? Any signs of life would be nice.
Wait.
There's no way.
I could have swore I had this one.
Getting me out of here?
Nope. Ooh.
None of this makes sense, Robin.
Just in case. See? I don't need this one. No, what is it called? Second? No. Shit! Okay, apparently I got, off the record? Is it not off the record? Nope. Low profile?
Come inside and have a nice cup of tea.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. I have no idea where that tingly sound comes from. I have no idea where that comes from. I'm like, is that a Twitch alert? I have no idea.
I can do this, I think.
I can do this. Oh my god, not Wraith again. Not on this map. Not on this map. There's a hex somewhere. There was a hex somewhere. Someone got it. Oh, fuck it, duck. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, get away from me. Oh shit! No! 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 Ah! Ah! Yeah. Ooh, thank you. Oh no, Tika, no. Oh, we're all Stranger Things characters. Except Amila. Who said I don't like Stranger Things? Not the silent bell. God damn it. Ah. Where's my balance landing when I need it? Aw. Wow, they still have Christmas charms on. Oh, thank you. They had some aura reading perk. I don't know what it was, but there was one. Not the silent bell. No, I don't see you. Oh, you're over there. I see you. Yeah, but that's only their first hook. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Should we open it first? Yay! Tika, no! You were like so... anytime you went down, you were so far from me. GG's. Interesting name. GG's. Eruption, Hex, Blood Favor. Oh, Call O'Brien and Nowhere to Hide. Okay, so it was Blood Favor that they had. Thank you. You too. GG's, Dustin. Oh, the Dustin. GG's. Yeah, I was like, we were waiting for him to hook you because we were like, we'll go back and we'll get you. Yes, GG's from Jonah as well. Jonah's playing with me.
Well, this is hopeless.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, it was like literally your first hook. I'm like, no, we're coming for you. I mean, it would have been so much better. Well, actually, I don't know. Would it have been better if you were closer to the door? Maybe. But to be honest, the killer bringing you to the middle of the map actually helped us because we were so far from the door that it was like, okay. And them bringing, like, hooking you closer to the middle was actually helpful. I was like, oh, actually, thanks, killer. I don't know if you meant to do that, but, you know, it was helpful. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna beat Talita. Talita.
Prefer to remain anonymous.
Oh, I usually do terrible on the map. I trying the gym build.
Here he is,
Yeah.
the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest.
Yes, I also usually... So I'm usually a gens before friends, so I will stick on a gen, but... Oh my god. I don't know what it is, but the moment I get in that map, it's like I just immediately run into the killer. I recently played in a tournament this weekend, and the killer also was a wraith. Usually, yes. Listen, I've been more altruistic lately, and you know what? It's usually gotten me killed. That's why I'm like, see, this is why I'm Jed's before friends. Was Wraith on Dead Dog? It was oh my god, Dead Dog is actually a really small map, like very small map. Especially since the Wraith, like any killer that can move fast around a map is just horrible, especially in Dead Dog. Okay, let's see. Okay, I have a escape cake. Yeah, all I have is selfish cake. I don't think I have any other ones unless I can find something in the blood web. I had to dead hard into a hatch to get out. Oh, wow. But you got out? I gotta blind the killer 4 times for a tome challenge. Okay. Well, get ready. I can't seem to get... It was nice seeing you. I'm off to bed. I'll be back for another stream for sure. Oh, thank you. Yes, please have a good night. And thank you for the games. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow.
이곳은 마치 스스로의 규칙을 가진 것 같아.
I don't know if conviction has been helping me that much lately because I really do have to like heal someone to get it like, you know, beneficial. Okay, let's see. What other perk would be good? I like Blast Mine. I think it just gives you so much more information. You know what? Let's try this. Oh, shit. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say, let's do boon, not, the unbreakable one, basically. What is that boon called where you get up? Exponential? Maybe? Something like that? Right? Wow, my stomach is making all the noises in the world. I hope you're not hearing any of this. Yeah, it's good for slugging. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I mean, we haven't had too many slugging killers yet, but, you know, I think it's a good one. And Shadow Step. The healing one's useless now. I don't even know why it's even there. Check out the charms. You got a bunny? There's a lot of bunnies. Who is the killer? Anyone anyone see? Oh, is it, what is her name? Oh my god, is she going to the basement? I'm leaving. She ain't taking me to the basement. No, sorry, Bob. No, no, no. No, 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 no. What is her name again? Who is this? What is this killer's name again? Hold on, hold on, hold on. No idea. I need help. Who's this killer's name? The one with all the bots. We probably want to do that, Jen, like, right away. Oh my god, where did you come from? Not the basement. You better not take me to the basement. I'm so annoyed. Don't take me to the basement! Seriously, what is this killer's name? I'm like, Singularity? Nope. I'm like, Cyborg? Not even a killer name. Skull Merchant! Thank you, damsel. Thank you. Okay, we need to get out of here. I'm sorry. We need to get out of here. Oh. Good news is, I think we did enough gens that we don't have to be on that side anymore. I got down trying to tell you. Oh no! Well, Meg's with me on this gen. I really need to heal this person because if I can get at least my heal one person, then my conviction activates. I gotta remember to do that because, like, amount of times I'm like, oh, I've got conviction. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to heal someone, so it's not even activated. Trying to remember. Okay. Let's go. Ooh. Mr. Lion is running them. I don't know why, but I feel like we should be doing totems too. Could be. Do we know where they are? Okay, yep, let's go. We're all here. Give him hatch. It's funny because I think the Meg must be with them because the Meg was like, well, they came to me in the door and was like, hey, come with me, and I think they wanted us to take hits. It's funny because Meg was telling me to come with them and you were telling me to leave. Oh. Oh, is that Adept? Oh, it was. GG's. Wrong button. Wrong button. Yeah, they did have Iron Grasp. I was like, Jesus. And Agitation? I don't know where they were, so like maybe they can get hatched if they... That's what I thought too. That's what I thought. Yeah, she was a basement because I was like, when the Meg first got downed and when the Meg first got downed, like where they were and where the basement was, I'm like, wow, she carried her a far ways away. Oh. That's why I was like, oh shoot, Jesus. Wow. Wait, was I in your party or you were in my party? Was I not the person who created the party? Oh, we both looked. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was. It said lost connection to party. I'm like, but I was the party. Ah, jeez. I got, yeah, me too, me too. That's why I was like, oh, okay. No. All right. Well, I don't think anyone started right away, but I probably could do one more. We could probably do one more. Should we do one more? One more for the road? Okay. I'm coming to get you. What is with DBD today? Has anyone else noticed they've just been having so many issues with DBD in general? You're requesting? Why did... Oh. Yeah, it was. I was literally in here and it kicked me out and then I couldn't get in. That's why I was talking to chat the whole time because I was like trying to get into the game. And then someone said something about there was like 300k things reporting issues. Oh, there. Was able to send an invite now. Yeah, I'm checking. Yeah, we are currently investigating reports of network connection errors across multiple platforms. But that was 6 hours ago. Are we down again? Hold on, let me see if I can invite you again. Apparently DBD was like, no. Okay. Sure. Unless it's me, do I need a restart? my god. And I gotta set my timer. I gotta set my alarm for tomorrow to watch the community tomorrow because I need to buy my ticket for the party, the anniversary event, and make sure that I got one. Okay. I'll verify the integrity of the file. Sometimes it be like that after updates. Yeah. Me too. Actually, no, hold on. Let me see. Invincible. Hmm. Yeah, I'm already at 50%. Loading back in. Yeah, I'm already at like 60. Let us see. Let us see. I'm like trying to put my hand in my pants pocket that, you know, doesn't exist. The moment I start playing a game that requires me to like use my keyboard or mouse, that's when they wake up and decide that they want to be nuisances, you know? Okay. Validation successful. I too am loading back in. Yeah. Anytime I install something or do something to DVD, I always verify the integrity of the files. I don't know. Oh, and I probably know why I'm cold too, because I'm a little bit tired today. I went to bed too late. I was too busy yapping away to Jungly. Even after I said I was about to go to bed. All right. Yay! You know what? Built to last. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, let's go. Let's go. For all the marbles. It's cold out. We gotta put pants on. Wait. Wait, did we lose 2 players? I was just gonna say, I'm like, wow. Our teammates were like, F you, we're out. I just want like you know, a blue bound envelope.
Jeez.
I will probably get tunneled for pallet burns, but I want this tome challenge done. Ooh. Wait, does it have to be in the same match though? Like, is that the requirement? Ooh. Too selfish cake. Satamori. Okay. I'm putting on the lip gloss. Means I mean business. Just 4 total? Here we go. Got my lip gloss on. It's a twappa. Ow. Okay. They really want to heal me for some reason? Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Ah, the fast ones. Ah! Oh, no! My first hook? Oh, ah, ah. I just was saying, I couldn't hear them. Plaything. You get him, Damula. You get him. Ooh, not the basement. Damula, I'm coming. got 2 hex totems both on Shaq's side. Ugh. Well, hopefully we, they have when you're injured, I mean, when you disarm, it injures you. Let's go. Fuck. Oh, thanks. No. A trapper basement. Oh, fuck. Sorry. The freaking fast thingies. Okay, got it. Got it. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, shit. No. No. Oh my god. I'm trying. Damn it! Whew. I gotta take some notes on that one. That was a sweaty build. What was that? The chlorophobia one? Chlorophobia one? That was one sweaty. That was one sweaty trapper build. Oh my goodness. I tried. Oh. Wait, Demula, did you get Hatch? Yeah, Hex Plaything. Ooh, yay. Hex Plaything, Dark Devotion, see, Chlorophobia. Oh, I knew, that's what I was my eyes were like peeled to the screen because I knew that was going to happen, but when he gets closer, it also, because that, with Unnerving Presence, so now the skill checks got smaller too. I was like, Jesus. That is a sweaty build. Ooh. I don't know if you needed this one though. The terror radius is set to 40 meters. Potential terrorists getting detectable. You already had Plaything. I don't know if you needed that one. But these two together, Sickening. Sickening. And I'm gonna try it next time. Thank you. Ugh. And the bloody coil? Yeah. And oh my god, the tension spring reset 2 seconds after survivor escapes from it. I wonder if blast mine also helps with blinds. May try that next time. Oh, you know what? It usually does. It usually does. If I have a blast mine challenge where I have to, even like if I had to like blast, if I have to blind them within, even within the same match, blast mine did work for that, by the way. It sure did. It sure did. Alrighty. Well, thank you for the games, Damula. I hope you have a wonderful night. Yeah, Chlorophobia on our ring was rough. Yeah. Oh my god. Because not only was it fast, but then they got really small, especially when he was really close to us. Like when they were like somewhat close to me, I was like when they weren't that close, I was like, okay, I can get this. I can get this. It's just fast. Just make sure you don't turn away. Don't, you know, concentrate. But when it was fast and then it kept getting smaller and smaller the closer he got, I was like, that is toxic. And I'm so gonna try it next time. Might have bad on the fall down at the shack. I didn't check where basement was while I was running. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so hard, right? Like sometimes you don't realize where basement is until it's too late. To be honest, I kind of thought they had lethal at one point because I swear, it was just bad luck. Because they literally like came straight to us when we spawned, and when I was on that gen, like I was like, wow, you really knew where I was. Alrighty. Well, everyone, it's been fun. I was gonna stream playing Valorant, but I might not because you know what? We only have 11 minutes left of the stream, so we shall see. Maybe we'll go raid someone. Raid someone. Who should we go say hi to? It's all good. Yeah, it's it's so hard, and I feel like sometimes we play these. I find it easier to. I find it easy to find survivors without lethal if you cross over from where you spawn, unless you spawn mid map, then it's rough. Yeah, exactly. Because yeah, most times, like if you bring a perk or something that's like, hey, spawn me farthest away from the survivor, like you just know, just go to the opposite end, and that's probably where they are, right? It usually is that way. That's why we say like majority of the time when I'm looking for the hatch, it's not that I used to remember where they spawn, and I do. I generally know where they spawn on most maps, but I'm also someone who just recognizes patterns a lot. When I did like intelligence tests when I was like little, that was usually my thing. Usually pattern recognition was usually really strong. And yeah, so anytime I just recognize patterns after a while, you know? And so that's actually how I determine where the hatch is. That's why for a while, the like previous iteration, it was always spawning next to or near the last person to die on hook. And but I've noticed it's not doing that anymore, so they switched it up. So they do switch it up every now and again. That's why if you notice, it seemed like before this recent update, have you ever died on a hook and then you were like, oh, and the hatch opened up underneath me or next to you, or you could like hear it as you're dying, right? Like it was so funny. So yeah, it was like on the other side of the map near me from where you got hooked last time. Yeah. So now it's like it's changed. So it's like trying to figure out where it is. But there's certain maps that have certain rules. Like I was saying, I've said before. I mean, there's certain maps that, you know, it will never spawn on the outer perimeter except one map, and that's the one with the swamp and the boats. Yeah. And the rule used to be it will never spawn on a place with the floor underneath it, right? except when RPD came out, because then there was that balcony on that one side with the one unicorn statue near the library. Hatch would spawn there. And technically there was a floor underneath it, but technically that wasn't a floor, that was a balcony. Like not an actual like load-bearing floor. It was a balcony. So I think that was the reasoning. But when they switched the map and split it into two sections, so there's an East Wing and a West Wing version now. When they did that, and they also removed, because you remember how you used to be able to go in the library, you used to go, you have to go up those stairs. You can't do that anymore now. Because a lot of people would bring Boyle over and would purposely go and die like way up in the corner. So you could even make it to a hook. But when they did, yeah, when they removed it and then they had East Wing, West Wing, and I've noticed that the hatch doesn't spawn there anymore. Because again, there was usually rules about where it would spawn, and not having a floor underneath it was one. And that one map, that's like looks like a ski winter place, like that one, it would spawn on the stairs. But again, the floor is technically on it, and stairs aren't technically a floor. So yeah, that one worked. But yeah. Anyways, thank you for playing, y'all. Let me give Damsel a shout out. Thank you, Damsel, for playing. Thank you for my mods for hanging out, and I appreciate you all for coming by. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Yes, please, everyone, go follow Damsel and give them a stream. Give them a stream. Give them a follow. Give them a stream. And I shall go find someone to raid, as we have 6 minutes left of the stream. Let's see. I was going to open this up because I was going to go find someone. Hold on. Ugh. I was going to stream the Valo too, but if I'm being honest, my stomach's making funny noises right now, so I might need to like yeah. It's so funny. It's like ever since being really, really sick, I have not puked since, but every single time I'm like, oh my God, my stomach is not liking me right now. I can feel like a slightly nauseous. So I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have ate. I shouldn't have ate the cotton candy. That was a bad idea. But you know what? I'm a sucker for punishment. Let's see, who is live? Who should we go say hi to? You know what? Okay. You know what? I might stream tomorrow, by the way. I might stream tomorrow because I might play some more DBD. We shall see. Don't forget, DBD is having their announcement tomorrow. I believe they're announcing that the tickets are on sale. I don't know. They said they were just going to have announcement about the tickets. And I'm hoping it is that they are on sale. Because I'm like, Jesus, I literally have my flight in my hotel already. Just like, let me buy a ticket. Because I will be buying a ticket tomorrow. However much it costs, I will be buying a ticket tomorrow. Either that or I'm going to be out the door going, hey, I flew here with a flight and a hotel. Give me a damn ticket. Listen, it's bad enough you won't let me in your creator program. Okay. It is Women's History Month, so I do want to go say hi to a fellow person. Yeah. So I think we're going to go say hi to the Hello Sweetie. I think that's who we're going to go say hi to. So follow me over there and let's go over and say hi. And yeah. I'm gonna do it. There we go. Oh yeah, thank you for the subscribers. Thank you for everyone coming and hanging out. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to the raiders. It's so funny because it was Daenerys because they were trying to test out whether they rated from their channel with a party of one, how many minutes it would add to the stream. Oh my god. That is so funny. I wonder if I blocked it so that if any more than one person has to raid. And also thank you for all the follows. Much appreciated. I appreciate you all being here. And yeah, I shall talk to you all possibly tomorrow. We'll play some more DVD. But actually, no, maybe we won't be playing DVD. I mean, we might. I'll get back to you. I think I'm going to be playing some Valorant tomorrow. For sure. So maybe I'll be playing Valorant instead. We'll see. All right. Oh, shit. I forgot to hit send. Damn it. I'm a professional streamer, y'all. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so please copy the raid messages. The first one is if you're a subscriber. The second one is if you're a follower. And let's go over and show Hello Sweetie some love. They're currently playing some Animal Crossing. Ooh, maybe that's what I should do this weekend. Play some nice, calm Animal. Oh, shoot. I am actually streaming this weekend. Y'all, I'm doing some panels on the weekend. Oh my god. I'll be posting them. Don't forget to follow me on social media. Feel free to follow me on Discord where I'll be posting more of the events. And yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't. Anyways. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your night and I will talk to y'all later. Good night.